Yeah.
Hostile.
The rift is my gateway.
I'm quiet is the key.
So much for that.
For it to become everything.
Standing by to simplify.
Adversary vulnerabilities identified. I have a fix on their weaknesses. Combatant scan.
Target analyzed. Lay down fire.
Ready attack. Check your scope for combatant analysis. Combatant scan. Adversary vulnerabilities identified.
My aftermarket parts are prime.
Investigating hostile intentions. Target analyzed. Lay down.
Yeah.
I have a fix on their weaknesses.
Yeah.
Check your scope for combatant analysis. Adversary vulnerabilities identified. Taking the fight out of them. Mitigating the threat.
Popping my claw. This thing's got a mean streak.
Target analyzed. Lay down fire. focus on their weaknesses. Check your scope. Got weapon ready. Target analyzed. Lay down fire.
Reckon we've seen one of these before. Some kind of cultist comms device.
neutralized. Lay down fire.
Mobility interrupted.
Check your scope for back analysis. Adversary vulnerabilities identified.
My aftermarket parts are prime.
A fix on their weaknesses. Combatant scan.
You have my thanks. My monitoring station has already informed me that the Resistor Bank is operating as expected. Such good work definitely deserves a reward. That is most unfortunate, but at least his sacrifice did help improve the operations per millisecond. I will include his name in the records for this repair.
I always find I work best when undistracted. One could say I find the cultist now. How might we be of use to one another? I shall allow myself a moment of relief. Moment passed. I'd hope killing the cultists. You've proven yourself well, but we have recently experienced a pivotally important, unforeseen development. One I must meet directly. One of the satellites comprising the Hyperion web was struck by a wayward craft and crashed on Paradise Island. I need someone to recover an informational component from it. The web is an order-crafted network of information collection satellites. Our would-be Protectorate overlords squandered them as glorified surveillance devices. We actually implanted a back door in the web to bring it back under our control, should a circumstance like this arise. But we did not foresee certain Protectorate modifications. But let's not speak of that. Find a way past the Protectorate at the crash site. Collect the data from the crash...
Caffeine is proven to lead to many positive health and research.
Welcome to the CAF integration point. Will it be caffeine or convictions are statements which promote personal and professional confidence and well-being? Interested? Before I can administer your conviction, I need to ask you a question. In what area of your life do you feel you need the most improvement? Personal or professional?
Yeah, sure. You're perfectly... you.
Personal it is. Your substantial ego provides the confidence needed to achieve in ways large and small. It most certainly will not prevent you from forming healthy relationships in the future. A 24-hour period of self-reflection and circumspection is recommended after receiving your first conviction. Now then, a brief conversation is customary following the initial service. I haven't seen you around before. New project appointment? Must be an adjustment, all things considered. Come now, don't tell me you haven't noticed our particular strain of hospitality. I can only imagine how odd such an abundance of tranquility and friendliness must, especially in the middle of a war, and so near active fighting.
You know, you do a passable impression of a scientician. Did you grow up near one of our settlements? Have a few years of order training?
I'm quite sure I don't know what you mean.
Oh, Oh, I understand you may technically count as a member, but there's a perfunctory element to your articulation. You don't believe in the plan, and you're clearly up to something. She sized you up almost immediately, Commander. Been softly probing you for information. I clocked her the first moment she opened her mouth. Appreciate that. I spent decades undercover with only self-affirmations to assuage my vacillating morale. Well, do I have to shoot up the place? Or will you come clean immediately? Who do you work for, little mole?
By the architect, keep your voice down, please. Even if what you say is true, this isn't a conversation best had amidst present company. Let's talk somewhere more private. You must be curious why I asked for such a discreet rendezvous. Kill you? When we're only just getting to know one another? On the contrary, I need your help proving a certain theory of mine. I have adequate reason to believe the Order is conducting a mass experiment on the population of Laplace's garden. You might put down your proverbial hand once you hear the specifics. The Order is not cultivating its perfect, plan-abiding society through careful ideological pruning, as the laureates would have you believe. It's simple pharmacology. Put bluntly, they're regulating the emotions of everyone in Laplace's garden through drugs in the water supply. I'm limiting my water intake and using other pharmaceuticals to combat the effects. It's not a perfect system, but it works adequately enough. Why would the Order want to create a society of undistractable little academics whose only desire is to advance the plan? I wonder. One could make that argument, and obviously have. The Order claims the subjects here supposedly consented to participate, but it was begun prior to the schism with the Protectorate, so who's to say? Regardless, if the Order has made some kind of pharmaceutical breakthrough, imagine how useful it might be to certain parties to know about it in advance. Took you long enough to ask. I represent a group of information traders who would pay well to get their hands on a sample of this drug. Interested? So you've heard of us. Good. That makes this easier. My primary task has been to watch the Order. But I'm confident my superiors would agree. Physical proof is of far greater value than mere rumor. No. This is about control. Everything is. Nothing nefarious, if that's the needle in your conscience. We only mean to study the drug and consider all of its many applications. I know that must read as terribly vague to you, but I'm not at liberty to provide more detail than that. Well, I'm not asking you to do something an honest person would. Think of this as a business transaction, if that eases your mind. That's your prerogative, of course. The benefits of free will. Until such time as the Order or the Protectorate repossesses it. Your word is no knife against my throat. I've been here longer. People know me. Trust me. If you change your mind, I'll be here. Taking an extended but much-deserved smoking break. Good tranquilizer for the nerves, you know. Changed your mind about getting me that sample? I'm charmed my name was among the first to populate your thoughts when attempting to work this problem. I have some Protectorate contacts, and I might be willing to lean my elbow on the scales in your favor, but not until after I've acquired my sample. All you need to do is enter water reconditioning and collect a sample of the drug. I believe they call it Perspective. This passcode will give you access to the main terminal. Watch the guards patrol before making your way into the facility. If worst comes to worst, I wager Laureate Beckett also has a keycard on him, but that might be tricky to lift. Lately, he's been sitting near the fountains, performing his silly little breathing exercises. If he's not there, then he's likely in conference with the presiding bishop. Whatever you do, be discreet. I can't have any laureates asking questions about me. Understood? What? No, absolutely not. To both suggestions. I'm asking you to be strategic, not homicidal. Pick his pocket if you must. It's too diluted by the time it enters circulation. I need the unfiltered drug, which is only accessible to those outside of work. I have, let's call it an alternative inventory. You'll have to, and I'd like to...
Did you know around 1,000 species of bacteria live on human skin? A fascinating, if not relevant, bit of trivia, wouldn't you? And prodding me was intended to elicit what result? At any rate, I am quite conscious, merely waiting. I can assure you that of my numerous psychic afflictions, narcolepsy is not one of them. Would that it were, but no. Sometime last year, I predetermined an occasion of momentous import would happen today, right here, at these very coordinates. Indeed you are. All figures have value in the universal equation, although Leslie Beckett, Oracle Laureate, Seer Supreme, leader of the Department of Predictive and... Forgive me if I don't shake hands. I prefer to keep my skin microbiome free of exogenetic cells. But now, if I'm not mistaken, you must be the agent. I don't suppose you've stumbled upon any of our excogitation chapels around Cloister by chance? Excogitation chapels are order residencies where prior to the war, such focused study led to all manner of breakthroughs, with audio logs routinely kept by the scientician in residence. In these unprecedented times, such logs could harbor hidden wisdom. However, with the war on, I've sadly been unable to get my hands on the last of these recordings. Oh no, I couldn't possibly ask you to endanger yourself by seeking out these logs. Cloister is rather treacherous, and some of the chapels are difficult to reach by design. However, if you happened upon these chapels and recovered these logs, I would most certainly be interested in their contents. By my reckoning, the amount of logs to be collected is 4. You have that? 4. No more, no less. Each chapel should have at least one somewhere inside. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. How do you know? That is quite the allegation. I deny it effusively. As you have cleverly sussed out, Laplace's garden is the subject of an experiment into social conditioning, or curating, if you will, through the use of... We have been administering a pharmaceutical to the population. It's odorless, harmless. Well, apart from the withdrawal, but I can assure you we...
Let me get this straight. You're here experimenting on folk freely, all the while calling us at Auntie's Choice barbarians for doing the same damn thing?
I beg your pardon, young miss, but it's hardly the same. This study was completely voluntary. The participants all gave their consent.
Yeah, I bet they did. Did you withhold research funding unless they signed up? Or did you feed them a story, like their participation is critical to some new advancements?
This experiment has the potential to improve Arcadian society 100-fold. Imagine the benefits of a self-sustaining city where all are content and serving the plan.
That's all I'm saying. Don't cry foul when you've got your own scheme.
Then that is a failure on the part of your... At any rate, I have no interest in debating the ethics of this experiment with a layperson. No offense. Don't we all? Nothing beyond what I already included in my 165-page summary of the incident. Why do you ask? Of course I do. That is precise. Landon Wiley was afflicted by that which stricken. Were his methods wrong? Unequivocally. Should he have come to me with his concerns? Undeniably. But was his conclusion categorically sound? That? Generally, yes. Although it's important to remember that unexpected outcomes can still... But let's move on to other topics, please. All this fractious talk is giving me a stomachache. Oh, everything within the garden. My word, you should have seen the debates over the shrubbery. And what a history it is. The order of the... It was given to us by the mate. Cloister has 2 things in abundance. Ice and geothermal power. Both made it the ideal location for the archive, and we've utilized its vast computation. Indeed. It's been a favorite bone fought over... What other stray inquiries occupy your mind? Impossible, I'm afraid. The Protectorate is, if you're determined, I recommend consulting with the presiding bishop on the matter.
Currently restricted. At this time, residents of La Plaza Garden are not permitted beyond this point.
Hey! Only security personnel are permitted in this booth. Leave. Please.
I look forward to the reclamation. Now, how might we be of use to one another? I scarcely take time to engage in idle Who told you about that? Were there an experiment being conducted? The theoretical existence or non-existence of Order experiments are strictly within the Order's purview. It doesn't concern you. You are giving me cranial neuralgia. If you really want to bother someone about this, bother Beckett. Maybe he'll... I generally prefer to keep discussions relevant.
Welcome back, Agent. In what manner can I assist you? Welcome back, Agent. In what manner can I assist? Oh, yes, I'm aware. Better to know the spy in our midst. Besides, Miss Doyle's harmless. And she's... Has she now? You should do as she asks. Get her that sample. This is an unparalleled opportunity to see the shape after collecting the sample. Mix it with this liquid tracer. It'll make the drug functionally inert and allow us to track it wherever it shows up next. I did not become the Oracle. Here, take this key. It will grant you access to water reconditioning.
I hope you have good news, and I hope you have good news for me. I knew I had the right person for the job. You've saved me quite the headache. Your reward, as promised. You did sharpen my pencils. I'll put in a word with my associates to pass along to whatever Protectorate forces are on site to expect you. It's no... In exchange for my help, however, I want you to bring the data back here so that I can make a copy of it. Before you hand it over to the Order, to be clear. Do we have an accord? And now you'll help me out more. So sweet of you, really. We do work. Return here when you...
A second makeup exam will not be all. so I hope you studied this time, Briar.
Welcome back, Agent. In what manner can I assist you? And how did she receive it? An acceptable resolution. Moving forward, you made the right choice cooperating with the Order in this matter. Please...
Commander, a moment of your time, if you would? Commander, I'm glad I managed to intercept you before we left. There's something of utmost importance I wish to discuss. I received a message from a close friend of mine, Virgil. He was my co-protege under the Supreme Arbiter. His message claimed he had information relevant to the Supreme Arbiter's death. He wishes to meet with me at the Vox Relay on Paradise Island. You asked before, and I did not mention it, but with Virgil's message, I now must warn you. Our greatest suspect in the Supreme Arbiter's murder is the Protectorate's consul. Very good. I hope we shall see him at your earliest convenience. I feel this shall most certainly set our investigation into motion. Let us make our way to Paradise Island at once.
makes a cream for it.
suppose it was only a matter of time until we were discovered. Though what an odd thing to die for. Apples.
Is that not why you've come? Because you discovered our recent larceny at the greenhouse?
How coincidental. When we've finished here, your fellows will call your death the same. The greenhouse's stolen bounty offered a healthy alternative to gorging ourselves on that vending machine poison. Alas, I was spotted on 1 or 2 forays. Starving? Hardly. We have greater stores of strength than you suppose. This hunger is a momentary distraction, nothing more. If you are conniving for some concession of weakness, you will be a long time waiting. Enough! We know what is expected of us, and we have readied ourselves to meet death in all its personas. Have you?
Big favor here. I knew someone, or something, had been absconding with food from the greenhouse, but never in a million skips would I have guessed it were stowaways. Huh. Guess I had this mystery all wrong. A small part of me was hoping... Nah, never mind. It's downright foolish. I lost a friend in the invasion. A good friend. She... what? Romantic entanglements ain't exactly encouraged between troopers. Especially. But I digress. Thanks for your help. And for listening to my language.
Hello again. Remember not to... What can I do for you? I would never imply such a thing. I'm unused to the way things are done here, I suppose. The Protectorate leadership never... The fact is that those two never got along. One wishes to woo Protectorate subjects to our ranks. The other wishes to secure a decisive victory with weaponry. I see. I hope his spirits may be sustained. I have grown. It takes great courage or desperation to acknowledge the wrongs of one's society. Or perhaps he will manage to prove me wrong with his powers of persuasion, yet I...
Fortune! Halt there. You match the description of the technician we have been vigilantly awaiting, but as they say, assumptions made are mistakes readied. Present yourself, so that I may take the measure of you. What? Spare me your technical argot and hop to it then!
Those fools! Protectorate subjects should know better. I had no choice but to judge them as traitors to the Protectorate. Why would they simply open fire? Why wouldn't they attempt to conversate? Group psychoses have never been present throughout the Protectorate before. I shall continue to answer slights of this nature through violence.
Finished already?
Have an update about that. Personal matter. Back at Winter's Grasp, I found someone was continuing Anais, Sir Bujold's research. Believe I have a lead on their identity. I wholly agree. I pieced together information from earlier. I had Val set the location on our map. I recognize we're juggling multiple crises, but I'd suggest we journey there sooner than later. Inquire away. I may even Oh, I am a dedicated member of the... Consider yourself lucky. You already know more about me than anyone else I've met in the last 20-odd years. Information free of context can be off-putting. I mentioned before I was part of the Department of Preemptive Causal Redirect. I was tasked to influence pivotal events, to keep the solving of the equation on track. Something occurred. I needed to step off the board a while. To put it mildly, after the incident in question, Dorado appealed to me because it was off the board but not completely remote. There I could lie low for it. Our department was shuttered shortly after Ruth Pissar took office. To avoid undue attention, I remained in hiding. Suppose you can ask. Very well.
I look forward to the reclamation of the Hyperion. Now, how might we be— Yes! Excellent! Take that, reductionists! Your horrid little surveillance devices shall— Don't tell anyone about that outburst, please. Here's something to keep— Not by a factor of thousands. You'll have to tell me about your scholastic experience. I've informed the presiding bishop you're coming to speak with her. She can be— I'm sure I don't need to say this. But if you even think about bringing harm—
Ah, you've made such progress moving us toward an Order Anti's Choice alliance. Everything seems to be going according to the plan so far. When you go in to speak with the presiding bishop, please raise the issue with her. If you continue working for the Order alone, it will likely burn any possible bridge with Anti's Choice. So, farewell. I would say good luck, but I put no stock in chance.
The Order has always proclaimed patience as a virtue, but I am pleased my waiting is finally at its endpoint. For so long, you have only existed as numerical values on a chart. A bright star in a constellation of possibilities, as it were. Now with your arrival, the Order nears the totality of its goals, provided you are willing to stay aligned with our cause. Faith is trust without evidence. You deserve far more than that. Now then, I gather you already know who I am, but science has shown that good manners strengthen developing relationships by 5.3%. So, allow me to introduce myself. I am Ruth Bassar, third presiding bishop of the Order of the Ascendant, Supreme Calculator, and, plan willing, the architect of Arcadia's prosperous future. I admit, when I sent my initial message, I did not exactly know who its recipient would be. But I trusted the plan, and lo and behold, it provided you as the solution. Your recent exploits at Greater Tranquility Station have certainly made for compelling reading material. Confronting an assassin, and thereby sparing the delegates' lives before the rift inexplicably destroyed the station? Such a commendable effort is worthy of acknowledgement. If your actions were so easily imitable, then we would not be speaking right now. Accept the credit. However, there's something of even greater import we must discuss. It's recently come to my attention that secret communications have been exchanged between Laplace's garden and the undisputed claim. Do you know anything about that? I should have known. Vicar Levin has made this appeal to me at least thrice since his return. He really cannot accept a solution he did not devise. Levin's methodology is usually faultless, and it would be a pity to scrap so much fine preparatory work. I will put the question to you one final time. Are you certain you would rather pursue this path than work exclusively with the Order? There will be no future option to reconsider. Then I will endeavor to bring that vision to fruition, if the plan wills it. A true in-person meeting between myself and Auntie could never take place due to the security risks. But perhaps a remote conference could be a viable alternative. The odds of you persuading Auntie Cleo to agree are unfavorable. But the math does improve if you have greater standing within her corporation. Once you have met with Auntie, instruct her to send me a communique. We can finesse the details of a conference then. My time is yours, for the moment. Oh, the Laureate Council simply draws a name out of a hat. No? Go figure. In reality, I was recommended for my position by the preceding bishop. Paired with my skills as a seer, I was the natural choice when it came time for the council to vote. Thank you for that charitable assessment. My predecessor, presiding Bishop Orlo, and I had a close working relationship. He knew I possessed the skills and temperament for the role. I counted him a friend. Orlo shared with me his doubts about the Order's partnership with the Protectorate, the compromises made. He had many such regrets at the end of his life. It is humbling indeed to confront one's own mortality. We must all assess our individual contributions to the plan before the final class lets out. Call it proof of concept. Laplace's garden is more than its aesthetic. It offers a vision of a future free from the despotic rule of narrow-minded jingoists, where the fruit of the plan can finally ripen. It saddens me to see the garden so despoiled by our wartime presence. But with the loss of Spiretown, necessity dictated we quarter here in the interim. May you achieve progress in accordance with the plan.
Failed to cite her work completely. I worked with presiding Bishop Orlo, you know. Now there was a serious scientician.
Welcome back, Agent. Is there some evaluation I can do for you? As I told you in my message, the conviction of those radicals, their interpretation of the data was at odds with mine. I forbade them taking action. To no avail, obviously. May you...
This is Anti-Cleo, offering a warm welcome to all visiting Auntie's Choice employees, affiliates in training, and ethically grey consultants who labor with committing to a side. Always remember, commercialism is the foundation that Auntie's Choice Society is based upon. Not because we worship bits, but because of the system's glorious efficacy. While the Protectorate decide what its subjects get, we respond to what...
Maybe focus on self-bettering yourself.
You go on ahead.
Please have identification, transfer... Ah, you're not a transfer or visiting Auntie's Choice employee. I'll need to check your current standing with corporate affairs. Oh, I didn't realize I was talking to such a big wheel. Alrighty. You're the questionable sort who we do business with, but you're definitely not our best friend. You should probably... All it requires is allowing us to affix an Auntie's Choice holo advertorial inside your ship, so you can bear our messaging with... Splendid. Enjoy your time on the ACS Undisputed Claim, the pride of Auntie's Choice corporate war fleet. From there, amble through the Esplanade to the head office tower reception.
Live, love, laugh, purchase, and consume with Auntie's Choice.
Vermiculum. Vermicular.
Arriving any moment now. Approaching station. Client intake.
I do enjoy spectating
Still my favorite word.
Arcadia Grown League is a worthy. The ACS undisputed claim is not only our corporate headquarters and flagship, it's the heart of our efforts to spread unbridled self-betterment and free trade across the galaxy. Our flagship also sports a bustling commercial promenade where you'll find a wide assortment of products, wares, and miscellaneous bric-a-brac from all Auntie's Choice departments.
Hey, you, soldier with the, got a delivery for an Inez Silong? That you? I mean, I'm sure it's you.
Yeah, it's...
Hey, just a courier friend. Nothing funny like. A soldier named Ortiz.
Ortiz was in my unit. Good man, but ain't sh...
One more thing, friend. Consider this your formal reminder that we don't offer return-to-sender service, unless...
Let's take a look.
I'm sure this is impressive to someone, but not me.
You there! Yes, you! Name a food, any food, and I guarantee I got it. Absolutely, unqualifiably, positively guaranteed. Please note that this is not in any way to be construed as a guarantee. The best way...
Arcadia, Auntie's Choice delivers the unimaginable every day. So,
chewing is for chumps and inject. Your doctor called and said you're... I've got...
best healthcare your bits can buy.
Unrelated bric-a-brac. We got your We market the most miscellaneous one...
And fund the unparalleled system.
Oh, hey, think you dropped something?
Feeling weak? You have ails. I have cures. Each X...
Yeah, you dropped something. Word to the wise. Plenty of opportunists here, eager to take you for all you're worth. You're lucky I found this, thing you dropped. Get...
The recipe of our exclusive cocktail is our most close consumption of unavoidable competitors would kill to find out.
From pop guns to self-propelled
Can't
cannons,
tell the difference
I have
between
whatever
cover and
size weaponry
concealment.
you need to... Welcome. Here at our unit...
Well, welcome, future repeat customer. I can tell just by looking at you that you'll be back again and again. I've got...
Who do you think's getting this big promotion?
This must be where the head offices are. Whew, it's all right.
Attention, morally gray outsider. Hello, daring self-determinativist, stalwart seeker of self-betterment. Or as in Ida, your assignments will be some of the most decisive, and Ida's help explore the wilds, plot our path, and shape the evolution of our beloved corporation. And you can see her as soon as I'm finished. Where was I? Oh, yes, because you... Now, I'm finished. You'll find VP Hewitt right over there. When you're done, please exit to your left, where 2 of our top 29 vice presidents are...
Well, wonderful to meet you. C.F. Pendergrass III, Strategic Reconfiguration. It's not every day we have such a capable operative. Well, it was those ill-fated peace talks that got you here. I've kept tabs on you for a...
Yes, we've all kept tabs. Auntie and I have spoken about you several times now. Ursula Ormsby, Proprietary Insight Acquisition.
Indeed. It is our pleasure to meet you, and I am beyond tickled to welcome you to Auntie's Choice. The moment you decided you wanted more from your life, when you realized that our...
We assume you know a good deal when you see it. At Auntie's Choice, we know how to get things done.
You, my friend, are being given the opportunity of a lifetime. Auntie's Choice has a dynamic new vision, and we need someone not shaped by Auntie's meritocracy. It serves its function, but our workers tend to focus on rung climbing. A daring, non-conforming perturbation ameliorator to implement our monopolistic mercantile methodology plan.
More succinctly, we are recruiting an expert outside consultant. It most certainly will, and the pay is the least of the benefits this opportunity affords.
Be our eyes and ears, act as our emissary, and when necessary, dispense with any competition. I have a plan, a vision that will change the course of Auntie's Choice.
Yes, Charles, your vision, created alongside myself, a team of researchers, slew of marketing experts, a moon-spanning computronic gizmo, and not least of all, Auntie. Don't allow our banter to fool you. We are valued colleagues who, under normal circumstances, hold each other in the highest esteem.
So true.
Well, ain't that nice? I can't quite recall the last time I got to swap gifts on a company holiday.
Your first assignment demonstrates something unexpected, or in truth.
If I understand correctly, they're having, something of a workforce. They've stopped working. The workers there simply stopped.
They expressed, and I know this is going to sound more than a bit strange, dissatisfaction. And they said...
Specifically, they stated, until we meet their demands. As though employees have a right to demand anything of their employers. And what, pray tell, has them so aggrieved?
Dear law, what a bunch of devious, ungrateful, greedy little prigs! After all the opportunities, Aunties...
So what do you suggest we do about such an utterly unheard of situation? It is absolutely imperative that we get those people back to work, whatever it takes. Negotiate. As in, give in.
No, Ursula. That is exactly why we've hired you as my brand new perturbation ameliorator. You'll solve the problem for us, and we will retain absolute deniability. No, of course not. We just can't be...
But you, who are not officially an Auntie's Choice employee, can do whatever you want. Anyone asks about our involvement, and we can just...
Wonderful! You'll go to Praetor.
I have zero doubt Auntie and
Anti-aerosol, multi-spectrum antibiotics in convenient injection packaging. Anti-Cleo and Pals Crab Witch. Tender, buttery, boneless. It's a sandwich, you sweet. Auntie's Choice Medium. 100% of your daily fiber needs. If packaging is also improved. Anti-Cleo and Pals Forced Rockets. A deep-fried, dough-wrapped boiled sausage on a stick. Launch one into lunch today. Auntie's Choice Sprat Crisps.
Commander, over here. Commander, wanted to chat. Ain't heard from Ortiz in, might well have been a year at this point. If he's spending his hard-earned bits to contact me now, would you watch the message with me? Suppose I am. He's a good friend of mine, or at least he was. I missed him. But I weren't under any presumptions that our friendship would last the moment our unit was dissolved, or we otherwise parted ways. If something's wrong... True. Thanks, Commander.
Inez, it's Ortiz. Look, I ain't got long. Neither for this message nor for life. I made a mistake. I signed up to get grafted, but it's gone wrong. Should have known when I got to the lab that something was off. It was a secret, they said. We couldn't tell no one. And now my blood's infected and I'm as good as dead. Well, I just wanted to be like you. Throw myself at the problem, wrestle it down. But I should have listened when they told me about how your graft hurt you. How it failed you. I should have reached out sooner. Maybe things would have been different. Please, find that lab on Cloister. It's in an ice cave, but I ain't sure where exactly. They hid it good. Whatever you do, Inez, stop them. Don't let them do this to anyone else. Please.
Commander, I ain't sure what to make of Ortiz's message. He's dying. If it's as he says, I ain't got a choice. I gotta find that lab and put a stop to things. Will you help me? Thank you, Commander. Now we just need to find those ice caves. We keep our lamps lit. We ought to find the lab. Where we're going? Don't exactly.
Oh there. Approach the gate and identify yourself if you're looking for access. Well, Of all the improbable sights I'd never imagined to actually see, folks simply wandering around the Badlands of Praetor would be near that. I've not the mind to solve the equation that demonstrates how unlikely it is you've survived enemy combatants, hostile critters, and endless lightning in near equal measure. Is that so? Amusingly enough, I'm inclined to believe you, which means you might be just the help Exemplar Simon's been waiting for. He is in the lab atop the hydraulicalized lift. Ironically, the lift was struck by lightning while the station was being reset and is stuck in its raised position. There is a trail that leads to the top. Just mind the jump onto the platform, and don't touch anything glowing, sparking, or obviously shedding lightning on your way there. And given the situation we find ourselves in, I'll be leaving the gate charged unless you're ready to pass through. Should you ever need to exit the station, just...
Greetings, could you be a freelancer? A gun for hire? Might you be interested in a job in... Of course! I've heard stories from the frontline combat personnel about people of your persuasion. Living... It all sounds so exciting. Maybe I should have an impromptu excursion. No. Remember your duties to the... Phenomenal! This is the most exciting day in my recent memory. Very well. If you exterminate the lot of them, I'll upgrade your basic entry permissions to allow for purchase of our Oh, this is so...
This unit beautifully acknowledges your presence.
So, you're the mysterious individual that's caused such a stir. Please consider me your personal conduit to this meager, yet profound portion of the universal equation. Ah! So you're the reason I've been alerted to recalibrations. Originally, the Protectorate designed this facility to control those grounding towers. And to be sure, that is the only reason Anti or the Protectorate haven't taken this. However, neglect during this conflict led to Axon's shorting at 5 of the towers. Wonderful. In order to recalibrate a tower, you must find the malfunctioning pad. Prior to being driven from this facility, the Protectorate was exploring lightning-powered explosives. The concept was clearly beyond them, but I have already... So with each tower you align, I can produce a batch of the explosives they theorized, and I would happily share them with you. Indeed. When aligned, each tower fills a capacitor I've modified, which provides me with enough electrical... Unfortunately, the capacitors are only able to hold the charge for mere moments before failing catastrophically. So, for each tower you align, I am able to fabricate a handful of these electron explosions. That is fantastic news. I'll begin
You've advanced the plan. You shall be fitting. I am at my wit's end with the damn particular safe.
You can open it. Whatever's inside is yours. I'll wash my hands of it.
fire!
Hostile intention. Adversary vulnerabilities. I have a fix. Fortification in progress. Mitigating the threat. You get the claw. Popping my claw. Check your scope.
You've returned. Are the Raptidons Oh, incredible. Then, as the prime requisitionist currently at the...
You're about to enter territory controlled by Auntie's choice. Act accordingly, or you'll end up as close friends with the inside of a Raptidon.
You know, I reckon half the corpses in here end up as Raptidon chow. Yes, and I spent some time as a Raptidon training assistant. Making my final severance pay this one. Raptidon by tree. Boy, stop!
Barely feed them.
No rest and no downtime! We shouldn't pay for Adrena time!
Whatever it is you're after, go looking for it somewhere else.
Yes? The whole reason we set up here is to avoid customers. See that repackaging facility down there? We're supposed to be working it. Slave it. They work us like cysty pigs. Charge us for the stems we need to yoke those hours. And don't let us relieve ourselves but in empty fizzy tea bottles we keep. So, we're making trouble until that changes. Until we get some respect. Can't imagine what. Ain't like you could fix all of Auntie's Choice's hierarchy by your own self. I don't think you could even change this one dumpish overseer ruining our lives. Now.
Doing a task or two to buy the Order's support is one thing, but aligning with them? I hope you ain't considering it, Commander. They're nice enough folk, reasonable or like, but they ain't equipped to rule. You saw how they could barely manage a Sure, the folk here don't seem to trust Auntie's Choice, but give it time. They'll see the difference between freedom and complete domination soon enough. Just as Tau said he did. Would it really? She's a natural leader. Decisive. She ain't gonna consult an abacus, 12 charts, and 3 Listen, normally I'd take issue with one person playing Kingmaker. That is to say, you, and especially the Earth Directorate. But time's too short. There'll be enough time for that later. For now, we need to ally with someone who can defeat the Protectorate and close the rifts. So whatever you decide... We should move on, unless you've got something for me? Any negotiation I ever been a part of. Not that I've been part of many.
Believe what? Welcome to Auntie's Fine. I assume you are the disruption ameliorator from... It was about damn time you got here. This labor stoppage has put us almost a full week behind schedule and is making me look... Some ne'er-do-wells have incited our workers to halt all work. They've taken to making demands and carrying on about basic... It should go without saying that such flights of fantasy have no place inside Auntie's Choice. And if we were still in Tau Ceti...
I reckon she's got her wires crossed. Basic dignity is what Auntie's Choice promised us when we... And while we might have faced grave consequences back on Tau Ceti, it was under old management, who were trounced rather thoroughly in the end, I might add.
Nevertheless, here we must focus on getting these ingrates back to work and remind them that they're damn lucky to have Auntie's Choice. Absolutely. These lugs have been positively exalted in the good fortune of rising to their limited station within the... Why? Can you imagine suffering under the yoke of a sovereign's rule or floundering at the ridiculous direct... No. Only within Auntie's Choice can these drudges achieve genuine prominence. If they You're asking me? That clearly is your domain. Running this in... And when I say I, It is critical that you understand that, as director of this facility, I should effectively be treated as though I were an executive. Is that clear? Well, there's no call for rudeness. It's unnecessary, unprofessional, and distracts us from the important business that I have the direct authority. This plant relabels dated items with new Auntie's Choice trademarks and slogans. It is critical to keeping revitalized products on the shelf for consumers. So, the workers may be unhappy, but they must realize their comfort is a distant second to Auntie's delivery schedule. Or in short, they need to get back to work. My workers are striking people now? How very alarming. We must resolve this before things get even. They've appointed some kind of leader, and he's the one you have to talk to. His name is, Dummy? No, that's not right. Dunce? Dummer? Dumley? Dunbar. It's Dunbar. If I'm honest, my gaze is purely focused up the ladder, not down it. I am a very important upper, middle, lower manager, and the way I advance that status scantily involves learning the names and faces of my peons. Their value is in providing their minuscule contribution to this mighty, and by providing their maximal effort, they allow me to ascend, vacating this position so that one of their undistinguished masses can fill it, thereby becoming distinguished. Well, that's all fine and good in your system. But here in Arcadia, it is Auntie's needs we cater to, and right now, her need is you convince Dumley Dunbar to get back to work. I believe he has demands, but I can't be bothered to remember what they were. They alter the generous term. You will find him up on the landing pad with some of his minions. Go help him understand the situation, so everyone can get back to work. Best of luck to you. Remember that your actions don't just reflect on you, you are also representing me. Do us.
No qualms with turning this labor negotiation into a liquidation job, dear. Just say the word.
Welcome back. Did you make contact with workers? Do they well... Yeah.
That's right, folks! See her in our office, and we're definitely making her miserable!
If you won't let us sleep or eat,
That's
you
right,
can't
folks!
charge us for stimulating!
I can see the overseer up in our office, and we're definitely making her miserable!
I ain't aiming to seem rude, but I got a lot to deal with right now. Unless this is mighty important, I'll settle my complaints? How exactly you planning that? Auntie's got to prioritize worker prosperity over productivity. What we've got now is, poor... Remind me?
An inhospitable occupational environment that ignores worker safety and health concerns.
Right. That. Right. Exactly. The conditions under which Auntie extracts our labor is, unacceptable.
They work 20-hour shifts, which require stims to endure that are charged at a premium. Adrena time is actually cheaper on the undisputed claim than it is here. And if that inhuman brutality isn't enough to offend basic decency, they're also barred from using the restroom throughout the business day. Their 20-hour business day. It is an unconscionable condition to keep these workers in. I can't imagine how hard it is for them to coordinate their daily duties. No, I'm just a fellow underling suffering the corporate grind who saw the plight of these poor folk and needed to help them make a fair and reasonable deal.
That's right. Leo has been an absolute wealth of what's what.
Under the yoke of oppressive undervaluation due to monstrous mismanagement.
Right, that.
Me?
Now hold it right there. We aren't here to talk about Leo. We're here to talk about what it's going to take to make us get back to work, right? Our shifts need to be reduced to 12 hours a day. 4 hours of personal time ain't even enough to rest, much less get any actual living done. Second, if we gotta work those long hours, we want free Adrena time. Bad enough it's making everything taste like we're gnawing Nicopads. Having to pay for the pleasure's too far. Finally, we want all-day bathroom access. Expecting us to fit our necessities into the same 4 hours is just mean. Plus, between us, most folk ain't, if you get my meaning. Thank you for your trying. I don't know if we'll get it all, but...
Welcome back, Amelia. Auntie and I continue to have high hopes that you will come to shine under the spotlight of our illustrious gaze. So, are you ready to impress us? So, what are these ingrate alley sprats willing to settle for? Golden privies and gilded sheets to be spoon-fed crunch whenever they're 12-hour? Are they mad? What are they gonna do with the other half of the day? Lounge around the... I am, frankly, disappointed you would even bring me such a preposterous demand. You should have nipped this offensive arrogance in the bud. A lunch break, you say? I suppose that might be a compromise I could make. It would still be a black eye on my sterling reputation, but at least it... All right, you've convinced me. What else do they want? Free? Free? Nothing inside of Auntie's giving something away for free is akin to ignoring the cost of its creation, which is one small step from the system completely breaking down and plunging us all into anarchy. What in the void are you talking about? My greed is certainly doing no such thing. What? No, I would never. That's slander and or libel. And you can't prove a thing. Well, fuck. That's quite the rub, isn't it? All right, what do you want? All right, though I don't know why you'd waste this capital leverage on benefits for strangers. Is there more they ask? They want to relieve themselves on company time? I've never heard something so preposterous. Can you imagine how many... What if they lounge? What if they take time to relax? What if they retreat to indulge their baser urges? Auntie would be paying for all manner of unprofitable shenanigans. Somewhere? That... Oh, that actually explains the odor in storage room 3. I never imagined they might be... I'll get the door unlocked immediately. What more do they want? Very good. Ha! I was going to say very good, but...
Hello again. Do you have news for us about the negotiations? That's as fine a place to start as any. What did that tyrant have to say for us? Well, I can't begin to tell you what a relief that is. By which, a most promising development. How go the other hurdles of the negotiation? She willing to see reason? Free? Really? Why, I'd surely have lost that bet. I figured we'd ask for free and settle for wholesale. What's next? Excellent. What progress have you made? I suppose... Well, you have done exceptionally well by us, my new friend. With these new conditions...
Damn! I really felt like I was close to signing all of you, and I needed that recruitment bonus. I don't know how I'm going to afford my hair creme now, but I'll get him next time. And he won't always have you working her angles for her. And her usual agents don't stand a chance against me.
Next time? Against you? What in law's name?
Yeah.
It don't matter. All that matters is my... Now, if you...
I suppose that passes for a happy ending among these corporatists. Excellent work, dear.
The workers have returned and production has resumed. Wonderful work. I have already informed the Home Office, and with it, put in an extra sprinkling of mild praise directly with Auntie. You may tell the executives that dispatched you that you have done an...
Trinicular.
Always remember, commercialism is the foundation that Anti's Choice Society is
Banter elsewhere.
not because you worship bits, but because of the system's glorious efficacy. While the Protectorate decide what its subjects get,
I just had word from that old number cruncher on Cloister. Alden tells me you agreed to continue the work we began at Greater collaboration between Auntie's Choice and the Order will truly reward all of our kids. If they partner with us, it's only a matter of time before they come. Certainly. Aren't you adorable? Next, you'll be asking me to name a time I overcame adversity. What is anyone apart from the function they perform? To wit, I am my job. And I rather think such an... If price matters, there's the bottom runger. Dingy little watering hole on the Esplanade. Not glamorous, but you won't contract anything fatal from the drinks there. But for a person of means and taste, the best choice is undeniably You'll find the best choice in the upper portion of the promenade. Answering that would come dangerously close to upward communication, which is not something we advocate. Wouldn't want the junior ranks getting the idea that they can review or, law forbid, critique this. Suffice to say, Auntie Cleo is without peer.
Welcome back. We understand you've been a very busy
Yes, time is bits. Tell us how it went.
A satisfactory effort, my ameliorator. I had hopes your talents would yield a result a mite more in our favor, but good work overall.
Well.
Anything else you'd like to report? Your performance at that facility went exceedingly well, all things considered, and it was an ideal first step in effecting my monopolistic mercantile...
There you go again, pinning your career to that flim-flam mathematical malarkey. What do a bunch of eggheads know about marketing? Marketing isn't some rigmarole you can plug into a computronic doodad. It's instinct, intuition.
Yes, suppose we should move on.
I'm the head of our proprietary Insight Acquisition Division. Stealing our rival's trade secret? The Protectorate have a process called mental refreshment. Some kind of mind manipulation business. Auntie wants details on their methodology, pharmacology, and technology. This archive plan says it's important? Fine. Auntie and I agree it presents possibilities. Actually, it's only 3. Surely you can handle twice that many tasks. I don't want a few aspirational goals, if possible. If you see a chance to talk their lead scientist into joining us, and/or dig up additional details...
Which is to say, we'll make it more worth...
See you when it...
acquire and exploit the local... like it's...
Those reps are trained all right. rather not fight them if it's all the same to you.
Looks like we're about to have company of the unwanted kind. You 5 seconds to make plain your intent before I let my 4. Yeah? 3. 2. Last chance.
Proceeding to attacks. You try to limit further damage.
Take whatever business you're running elsewhere.
Spare me your sales pitch. There's a new face. Any chance you've brung news from the commander? Can't restart the dig without his permission. Started getting peculiar vibrations as we hit the halfway point. Could be nothing, but I got this job because the last foreman... Thanks! You ask me, I definitely earned it. It's a puzzler, that's for sure. More likely than not, worst case, it's a Zeranium gas pipe, and further drilling will kill everyone here in seconds. It'd be hard to collect bits for making a tunnel with... I see the angle you're coming from. But the long-term cost, keeping workers with hands-on experience is an important factor for long-term profitability. Good thinking, though. Not unless your lamps can see through solid rock and figure out what's on the far side. You back to see more of the tunnel? I'll save you the trip. Pardon me, but you what? You just have a magic little device in your pocket that lets you detect enemy troops through 2 feet of solid rock? Well, ain't that something? Wait, that means they already dug half the tunnel for me. That bonus is still in reach. That don't change me needing to get the commander's go-ahead to restart the digging. What say you run yourself back to the base and get me the okay? Just down the road.
You there, interested in work? Or was the allure of helping to advance science and being paid for it too much to resist? I'll get right to it then. I need someone to bring me a Gorvid egg. I'm a head biological researcher I sent my assistant off to the north with a tracking device, hoping he'd Oh, and bring back my assistant too, if you find him with all his pieces still stuck together. He ain't much good for assisting in research if he's all torn up. Sound reasonable? Which of my assorted critters would you like to know about? We've got quite a pile of them here on Praetor. Excellent hunters, trackers, and shock troops. Extremely loyal, now that we have them on an all-meaty roll-ups diet. We tried them, and they were devastating for all of 12 hours. Then we found out the hard way that they're attracted to lightning, which I claim credit for discovering. Once all the queens got zapped, that was about it. There's no more real hives now, just a few wasps left in the mountains. Gorvids are absolutely fascinating. A sort of simian-avian hybrid, extremely deadly. Absolutely incredible physiology. I can't wait to have an egg. The thought of being the first person to catalog the process makes me positively giddy with excitement. The profits from my next few papers are going to be incredible. Guilty as charged. My job is studying which critters. Right now it's mostly raptidons, which I'd be more than happy to talk on at length if you've an interest. Excellent. Which one? Something else then? Thank you.
Not a lot of unfamiliar visages this side of Praetor. More than happy to...
What have we here? You're definitely not a member of my battalion. Oh, I didn't realize there were any enhanced soldier candidates left, and certainly none deployed to Praetor.
You didn't miss anything. I ain't deployed.
I had high hopes for the enhanced soldier program. A good idea, with Still, you seem more functional than most of the others I've seen. And now then, I assume you have a reason for being. Forgive my incredulity, but how did you get that information? I see. Our engineers determined this was the most geologically stable place to tunnel. The Protectorate likely did the same. And even I'll send orders to resume drilling immediately. We'll take them back.
Mighty glad that's over and done with. Just need to finish reinforcing the tunnel, and I can collect a big fat bit cartridge.
Recharging as fast as I can, Commander!
Adversary vulnerabilities identified.
They hate our contentment.
ritualism in all its many forms. Refreshing than ever.
Feeling distracted? Daydreaming on the job? Come right in, and be refreshed, healthy. Don't risk falling prey to thoughts. Subject to ensure they are operating at peak efficiency and...
Are you ready to realign with a paradigm? To shed all manner of imperfect thoughts? All this takes is some light instruction, a restorative cocktail, and a quick dip into the lake of particularity to abrade your imperfections. I'm Head Refresher Gould, and I guarantee when you exit our doors, you'll be a productive member of our perfect society again. Soon you'll say, goodbye, imperfect thoughts. Hello, contentment.
This is new. A mild euphoric. Light hallucinogenic properties. Not entirely unpleasant.
Greetings, subject. Or should I say, refreshed to be. Welcome to the Wellnetarium. You're not on my schedule. A walk-in, then. Wonderful.
This is all a mite strange.
Oh, you appear to have questions. A telltale sign of needing refreshment. Why, of course. It is the duty of every subject to submit for a quick mental tune-up whenever we experience imperfect thoughts or lack a little zeal. Placid Waters Wellnetarium is the primary mental refreshment facility on Praetor. We are tasked with ensuring local subjects are serene. Head Refresher Gould says mental refreshment increases tractability, stifles undue agitation, stymies untoward inclinations, and refashions the mind into a thing of symmetry. I've undergone the procedure myself, several times they say, and look at me now, never more content. Simply step over to my automechanical colleague to my left, / you're right, and it will begin your assessment.
Greetings, subject unscheduled. Welcome to Placid Waters Wellnetarium. Evaluation commencing. Subjects are required to respond 100% accurately to all queries. Bespoke prescribed regimens may produce untoward ramifications if baseline data is greater than minutely erroneous. Query 1. Concisely characterize your personal perspective. Incorrect. The accepted answer is, I fulfill my duty to the Sovereign as a loyal protectorate subject by operating at peak efficacy, without error, perpetually, each a vital cog. Query 2. Rate your present level of zealous efficaciousness on a scale of 1 to 5. 5 being the highest, 3 being a traitor, 1 being dead.
Preserve said progress. Sustain the system.
Incorrect. The degree of zealous efficaciousness expected of a dutiful and true subject of the Protectorate is beyond measure. Query 3. Do you ever fall prey to imperfect thoughts, including, but not limited to, doubt, disbelief, uncertainty, curiosity, recalcitrance, and mischief? Unacceptable. A perfect society demands perfect thoughts. Imperfection is impossible. when the mind is a thing of symmetry. Final query. How would your neighbors describe you? Unsatisfactory response. The appropriate reply was, they never questioned, never doubted. Formulating conclusion. Frenomet 200. The acceptable amount for a true and dutiful protectorate subject is. Now, proceed to the nearby pneumatic tube to collect your complimentary unitard and your realignment with the paradigm begins now.
Never more content.
Protectorate subject to ensure they are operating at peak efficiency at all times. The paradigm requires it. That's why mental refreshment is so important.
The mental
I do believe that's the first test I've ever failed.
Unsanctioned thoughts are strictly prohibited.
Hello. My name is Abigail, and I am realigned with the paradigm. Head Refresher Gould says his recorded lectures are key to thinking approved. That, a restorative cocktail of pharmaceuticals, and a quick dip into the lathe of particularity device can abrade all imperfection. Only internally, I'm afraid. You should speak to Refreshment Facilitator Tilden in the lecture. Just follow the signs to the lecture hall. Why, it's right outside Head Refresher Gould's office. Pondering begets disharmony. To deliberate it, I once possessed a failing of character where I would voice simple statement. It is the duty of all protectorate subject. I am newly full of zeal, free of imperfect thoughts. My mind is a thing of symmetry. I only experience approved emotions. Doubt and worry are notably refresh.
They never questioned, never doubted. Their zeal never lagged.
Oh, hello. Oh, you're new. Must be. You still retain that look of inquiry and... No, I'm newly full of zeal. That is, I hope the process took this time. They say my phrenometric peaks are resistant to abradement, but still, they try. Wait, I just blinked. I couldn't leave. Not yet. Haven't completed my regimen. My phrenometric peaks are still jutting all over the place. They say, may you re-up?
Medicament dispensed. Concluded for today. Proceed to the lecture hall to request an exception. Medicament dispensement has concluded for today. Please proceed to the lecture. The kitchen panel is presently off limits due to anomalous structural tampering.
Settle down, everyone. Lecture's playing. Prepare to be edified.
For today's topic, we'll touch on why our program is so very important. Ignorant, misguided outsiders may wonder, why does the Protectorate need mental refreshment? Doesn't it inhibit personal freedom? Yet this freedom they celebrate is a yawning chaos, and their choice is an invitation to failure, loss, and anarchy. It is a sad fact that all human beings require direction. As my good friend the Consul would say, at its base, humanity unguided is cravenly, inept, and slothful. We of the Protectorate are not, because we do not allow ourselves to be. The Paradigm charts our course, gives us purpose. The Consul is the firm hand that guides us. Mental refreshment keeps us on task, free from doubt, efficient, perfect. And thus we enjoy amity, luxury, and resplendence. The system provides, the system abides.
Think I'd prefer mental refreshment over listening to that shit again.
Report them for mental refreshment post-haste.
The paradigm ordains, the system sustains, the subject never complains.
Subject to ensure they are operating at peak efficiency at all times. The paradigm requires it. That's why mental refreshment is so important.
The mental refreshment process increases tractability, stifles undue agitation, stymies untoward inclinations, and refashions the mind into a thing of symmetry.
Oh, a new face. Well, I'd welcome you to the Wellnetarium, but the designated subject reader ought to have attended to that. Admitting you question is the first step in your recovery. But worry not. Soon enough, with our help and a little work, questions are an unmistakable sign of worry, disquietment, and worst yet, rumination. One, as every loyal and dutiful protector, you've missed the daily medicament dispensement, if that's what you mean. But you should take that up with the medicament dispensement The medicament dispensement automac auto-mechanically dispenses medicaments. 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 I see you found the lecture as edifying as all the others here. Good, good. Collective cognitive compliance is a Head Refresher Gould provides us with daily lectures in audio cartridge form to steer group thinking. As they upstairs in the audiovisual aids office, of course. Though that area is off limits to all subjects not a part of facility staff or security. How very interesting. Here, take my pass then. It grants access to all mid-privilege priority areas. You must mean the lathe of particularity. One assumes you haven't had a session with Head Refresher Gould yet. You'll feel ever
Like stealing compost from a breadworm. Almost feel a little bad about it. She sure ain't asking many questions. Though I figure that's the aim of this refreshment nonsense. Bastards.
Greeting, unscheduled walk-in. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest, 1 being the lowest, how mentally refreshed are you feeling today? Rounding up for clarity / responding approvingly. Our refreshment facilitators will be pleased. I am responsible for providing medicament dispensement. Has concluded for the day. Response. Medicaments are stored in medicament storage, the office in which this unit presently operates. Yet it is strictly a farewell statement. May refreshment. Greeting, unscheduled walk-in.
Refreshment process. That's why we are all happy and contented.
and others are not.
Apologies, but an automechanical work is never concluded.
Praetor is uniquely special.
It is personally overseen by Head Refresher Gould, the top cognitive device responsible for making the mental refreshment process more refreshing.
Hostile in proximity. Standing by to supervise.
Taking cover!
Refuse medical support.
Trap is ready, and frankly, pissed off.
Status susceptible to danger.
Thank you.
Mobility interrupted.
I'm back to
Electrical dampen hostile failing.
I have a fix on their weaknesses. Thank you, dear.
Greeting, unscheduled walk-in.
While there are many mental refreshment facilities to be found
The top cognitive divisor responsible for making the mental refreshment process more refreshing than ever.
Enemy in vicinity.
Could have sworn no one was... Wait, you're not a patient. You're not even a protectorate...
Gonna assume this one's in charge.
Well, out with it. Who are... Oh, outrageous. This presents a rare opportunity to hone my argumentative skills against the inferior minds. And to what end are you here? Tell me truly. Speak plainly. No need for dissemblage, especially not in such a comically clumsy manner. I presume you're here. I have a proposal for you. I'll provide you what you wish if you debate me on the merits and failings of each group's ideology in a reasonably competent manner. Oh, listen to this one. If I win. Don't you worry your oddly shaped little noggin about that. I am confident I will convince you of this, and if not, what would those nincompoops in Auntie's Choice make of our methods, or the walking, talking abakai of the Order? Oh, do play along. I'm so rare, you'd certainly learn much more from me directly, assuming you're competent enough at verbals. There's a good So, what of the Order, our former allies? Those cursed overthinkers, doomed to lives free of luxury. What I may find personally satisfying is irrelevant. I think first of my community. Though your point, while gratingly expressed, is noted, albeit grudgingly. What say you about Auntie's Choice, then? Tell me, is there any value in the vapid emptiness of those corporate consumerists?
It's true. Need a rival vendor dealt with? We'll repossess their wares. Need a township seized? We'll pay the guarding forces to lay down arms. If that don't work, we got firepower.
Yes, I've seen the craters left in their wake. They're quite capable. In the Protectorate, we have the best of everything. Food, technology, a sense of belonging, freedom from doubt, worry, hard work. No, the others simply cannot compare. Not word for word, no. I do take certain liberties with the Sovereign's Handbook, a beacon to the cause. I understand you meant that as an insult, but I refuse to be baited by those either jealous or ignorant of our ways. Oh, are we to debate the nature of self now? I admit I've never submitted myself to the lathe of particularity, but I'm sure it would be like a light, pleasant misting of the mind. Well, admit I assumed this conversation would be more engaging. Did you have any final points you'd like to make? As a, last chance to distinguish yourself? Her opinion to me would be largely irrelevant. While I appreciate all she did, of course, there are those who are visionaries, and those of us... All right, fair enough. In that little battle of wits, one of us proved severely... I am deeply disappointed by your lack of intellectual...
Guards, we have...
Edging forward!
Hey, what's that sound? Why does the wall look so soft all of detect a whiff of reprioritin gas? You know, I suddenly feel a mite more... I should have your chart. Wait. Wait. You're not a protector.
And so the scientist...
Well, this is normally where you'd say... Oh. Oh, dear, I seem to be a little unstable at the moment. Even in a state such as this, I am more than able to apply. To what end are you here? Tell me truly. Speak... You know, I'm beginning to... A proposal. Adequately debate me on the merits and failings. I believe in the strength of our ID. But if I'm wrong, what would Auntie's choice or the order or my word, you're not a scrapper. Well, none of them will know what to do with our advanced know-how. Oh, do play along now. It's so... There's a... So, what of the order? Our former... What I may find... Though your point, what say you about Auntie's choice, then? Tell me...
It's true.
Yes, in the Protectorate, we have the best of everything. Not word for... I understand you meant that as an insult, but I refuse to be big... Oh, are we to I admit... Well, admit I assume this conversation...
We have an intruder.
Hey, what's that sound? Why does the wall look so soft all of
Wait. I was led to believe my case required minimal treatment. But that last session, that was far more intensive.
Strong observation, Your Sublime Radiance. We set the lathe to the maximal abradement setting, per instructions.
Trouble ahead. Authorize you to use that setting. I demand the name of my betrayer.
Upon exiting the lathe, consistent with the
Don't refuse medical support.
further abradement recommended.
Are you recording this?
Commander.
Oh, do I detect...
Laugh?
Well, this is normally where you'd say something. My, can't believe I'm falling for that. Oh dear, I seem to be... Even in a... To what end are you here? Tell me truly. Speak... You know, a proposal. Adequately debate me on the merits and failings of each group. Yes, so, what of the Order? Our former allies, those cursed overthinkers, doomed to lives free of luxury, toiling away. What say you about Auntie's choice, then? Tell me, is there any value in the... In the Protectorate, we have the best of everything. Food, technology. Sounds very nice now, doesn't it? Perhaps you'll consider a brief stint in the Lathe of Particularity once we're done here? Quick little tune-up and you'll feel right as rain. Oh, are we to well, admit I assumed this conversation would be more engaging. That was the final point you wanted to make? All right, fair enough. In that little battle of... I am...
Guards, we have an...
my fire!
Have a fix on their weaknesses. Vitals are in the red, Commander.
Help me end this fight on my feet!
Target analyzed. Lay down fire.
Back in business.
Wait. I was led to believe my case required minimal treatment. But that last session, that was far more intensive.
Strong observation, Your Sublime Radiance. We set the lathe to the maximal abradement setting, per instructions.
Maximal? Who authorized... Wait. I was led to believe my case required minimal treatment. But that last session, that was far more intensive.
Strong observation, Your Sublime Radiance. We set...
Oh.
Laughing.
Well, this is normally where you'd say something. Eve, to what end are you here? Tell me true. A proposal. Adequately debate me on the merit. Yeah, so, what of the Order? What say you about Auntie's choice? Yeah, in the Protectorate, we have the best of everything. So, perhaps you'll consider a brief stint? Well, admit I assume this conversation...
Guard, we have an...
I'm not your enemy.
in the red, Commander. Come back and stand. Hurry up! I'll do it for you. Reviving me is strategically optimal.
privileged access somehow. Our superiors must have arranged it.
Your realignment with the paradigm is now.
So, our colony, Arcadia, our home. Never more content. Never more content.
Oh, do I?
And so.
Well, this is normally where you'd say some. Eve, to what end are you here? Tell me. A proposal. Yeah, so, what of the Order? What say you about Yeah, in the Protectorate, we have the best of everything. People are unproductively prone to unhappiness. We remove this self-sabotaging flaw so they can fully appreciate the ample bounty we provide, free of doubt and worry. Oh, that does sound rather engaging. Regular discourse with near intellectual equals, likely less of them singing. Though, of course, it does depend. Well, you've raised some interesting points, I suppose. Any other clever assertions you'd like to put forward? Before her opinion, I must. Now, what next? Oh dear, I don't understand how the technical specifications for the Lathe of Particularity are in my office in the next room. Now, if you'll excuse. What an edifying confabulation. Feel free to scavenge around. It's not as if anything you find here will be any use to your masters.
Medicament dispensement has completed for today. Please proceed to the lecture hall.
Trust me. The
Your
layer
realignment
particularity
with the
does
paradigm
what
begins now.
The sovereign provides, the system abides.
Protectorate subject to ensure they are operating at peak efficiency at all times. That was definitely something.
Mobilizing. Hostilities are afoot. Resorting to violence. Combat probable.
To do your job is a virtue. Every part is a call. Questions are an addiction.
Trouble ahead.
Don't hurt him, please. The Sovereign isn't at his best right now. You're not here to harm him, are you? If so, I must warn you, I will defend the Sovereign to the fullest extent of my meager ability. Yes, it is. Our beneficent, infallible ruler, the Sovereign Henry Aloysius Varric. Son of... You'll have to forgive him right now. As I said, we've been here since it was determined that the Sovereign, long distraught over the loss of his... Since then, he has been receiving dedicated treatment from head refresher Gould himself. Not at all. Why should... No subject of the Protectorate, whatever, to even this stately form before you is the direct... I will stay true to him and the Protectorate to the end. The Sovereign is receiving the finest possible care as he has every day of his life. Just go. Please, just leave us. Just leave.
What an edifying confabulation.
Seems like trouble.
Vulnerabilities identified. Consider self-preservation a priority. Perhaps back in business. Target analyzed. Lay down fire. I'll handle this. Standing by to stupefy. Investigating hostile intentions.
Refreshment post-haste.
It's not just a good idea, it's the law.
It is the duty of every Protectorate subject to ensure they are operating at peak.
Choose their path in life. The free market
is good.
Free market. Ah, preposterous. If it were free, anyone could take what they wished at any time.
It ain't free like that. It's free in the sense that it's been liberated from outside control. To take on work until they can pay for it. Look, in our society, we ain't limited by ration cards or clearance levels. Only by our industriousness. Inspiring, right?
Yes. The idea of the multitudes needing to slave for basic necessities is truly inspiring. Feelings of revulsion.
We took what nature heedlessly assembled and vastly rebettered it.
Your performance at that facility went exceedingly well, all things considered.
There you go again. Penny, what do a bunch of eggheads know about marketing? Marketing isn't some rigmarole you can plug into a computronic dude.
Yeah.
I'm the Auntie wants details on their methodology, pharmacology, and technology. Oh, do tell. I hope you gathered supplemental materials and recruited the scientist as well. Really?
I, for one, care little for the completion of stretch goals. You managed to avoid being...
Now, I assume you won't mind we have a few... Our people will extract details about the pharmacology and methodology, and that will all no doubt prove useful. But we're most interested in the technology and its results. Can't say I like the sound of that. Seems like they'd...
But truly unfortunate. Those without desire or drive make terrible customers. They can barely...
What else can you tell us about the place? Turn up any additional details? Anything especially marketable? What else? But still, they keep on marketing it as virtually foolproof, don't they? So much for their vaunted moral high ground, and so much for us exploiting that piece of technology. Oh, good to know, good to know. Excellent. Along with some... Too bad about the lead scientist. Converting him... All right. For your next assignment, well, it's something...
Congratulations! Your storied success has earned you a whole...
So your preliminary chores are complete. Oh, finally a contractor with a little backbone. Oh, I remember you from before. Fairfield, yes? Tell me, as an outside agent, do you have any quandaries working with our organization? It's true, the old corporations cared little for the individual, whereas I'd like to see each and every one of us. Do hope you'll forgive these two. They're competing for a rather significant promotion, you see. It tends to make employees fractious, like young So, you've been advancing a fairly radical idea with a group that, to date, I received a most curious transmission from Ruth. She stated this was your idea. A cessation of hostilities could present any number of potentially profitable options. Are you sure you'd rather pursue this over your current exclusive contract with us? But fine, I'll initiate a call with Ruth through a secure line in the is a worthy substitute. Certainly a more profitable program than the Protectorate's watered-down ripoff. Pitchball, they call it. Look who it is, the instigator of this little affair. Her mathematicalness should be along soon, unless the leader of the Order's too busy crunching numbers to attend to business. There we are. Apologies for the delay. We were resolving some technical issues. Cloister's atmosphere has a tendency to... Oh, yes! Regale us with a thorough account of Cloister's atmosphere. This must be Auntie Cleo's trademark wit. I expected better. Why, I don't know what you're referring to, I'm sure. Compared to how I treat my staff. If I was discourteous, I apologize. So long as our mediator proves up to the task, surely we can remain civil. If not, these negotiations may... Auntie, from where I'm positioned, I sense 3 sore points. Point 1, control of the archive. Point 2, oversight of production and distribution of skip cores. And point 3, management of Rift technology. Before we go any further, I want it in writing that the Order will take full control of the archive without interference from... What? So the Order can set it fruitlessly idling for another few centuries? We would put it to far more practical use. Imagine the marketing strategies it could develop. I would sever my own hand before giving custody of the archive over to a corporation. Humanity's ascension depends on its calculations. No, such a condition is out of the question. Not completely sure you can convince me that Auntie's choice benefits from receiving 0 access to that wondrous little doodad. Oh, kindly enlighten me on precisely what those greater gains would be. Oh, grand. More negotiations to look forward to in the future. Fine. The Order is pleased to accept our mediator's wisdom in this matter. Yes, the Order can keep their contraption, but the management of skip drives should be under the purview of Auntie's choice. No one understands production like we do. Besides which, we have far more experience using skip drives. It was how we came to Arcadia, after all. Where Auntie's choice manages, the Order would undoubtedly excel. Do not exclude us from consideration merely for lack of experience. So you ramp up production? And then what? Hand skip drives out for free to whoever wants one? Preposterous, and a waste of a perfectly good monopoly.
We would be diligent about who we licensed out the skip drives to, and a monopoly over space travel is precisely what I wish to avoid. This technology should benefit all humanity.
A year-long patent seems serviceable. And if it gets extended once or twice or 40 times, what's the harm?
As long as Auntie's Choice is willing to abide by additional addenda limiting its patent extensions, the Order is in agreement.
Yes, fine. I can have our scriveners draft something up.
There is still the question of who takes possession of the Protectorate's rift technology once the war is finished. Although the science is still largely theoretical, this technology could be used to not only close rifts, but create new ones. A dangerous power indeed, left in the wrong hands.
The Order would fritter away valuable time endlessly hand-wringing what to do with the technology. Auntie's Choice would actually use it. For good, of course. In a gainful manner. That is not an entirely terrible idea. Would cut down on the research and development overhead.
I am happy to accept such a compromise, so long as the Order always remains involved in supervising access to the technology.
Well then, that's that. I don't believe there's anything more on the docket.
There is one final matter I wish to discuss. I require some chemicals that I have been told are manufactured at a plant on Praetor, controlled by Auntie's Choice.
I know which plant you're referring to, Ruth, and what comes out of it is hardly safe for general use. Out of professional curiosity, what could you possibly need with such dangerous compounds? Running a little experiment, are we? On what? Or whom?
That is, quite frankly, none of your concern.
Precisely. Partners don't withhold secrets, although they can and probably should withhold extremely dangerous chemicals if not properly notified of what they will be used for.
I will make no progress with my request without further explanation, will I? While the Archive is an infinitely complex machine, an equally complex apparatus has been designed which allows one to interact with it directly. Brain-to-logic assembly, as it were. Unfortunately, this headgear exacts a rather tremendous cost on the wearer. A certain panacea is needed to survive it, but I require these chemicals to finish it. Certainly, but nothing I'm not prepared to suffer.
And I thought we were the ones who threw caution to the wind. Well, Ruth, if worst comes to worst, I'd be happy to serve as a substitute teacher for the Order.
A generous offer, but I fear you lack a certain number of qualifications. Conscience, for example. That math is confidential. But I have enough reason to believe the outcome will be favorable. I did not anticipate needing to fight for my own physical autonomy, but thank you for respecting my choice.
Oh, how it's delightful to me to see you squirm. All right. I'll get you your weird chemicals. I'll even provide you our corporate discount, practically wholesale. Best I'll say is today's outcome is workable. Barely. Our gains were not as exclusive as I had hoped they'd be.
Arriving at any arrangement even remotely equitable was statistically improbable. Be glad our mediator managed to find a middle path forward.
By all means, know your worth and own your accomplishments. Perhaps when I'm more out of earshot, though. Well, that'll be all for today. Don't forget to purchase the latest in Auntie's Choice products out on the value-added Esplanade, or enjoy a refreshing cocktail at the Best Choice. And do come see me personally when you have time. I have just the thing in mind for an accomplished freelancer such as yourself. One moment. There are still the logistics of recapturing the archive to consider. We'll of course provide our expert troops to support these efforts. Have your people call my people to sort details. Toodaloo! Brusque as ever. Auntie's troopers will certainly help us manage the Protectorate forces easier, especially if supported by your help. But it would be irrational to expect you to endanger your own life without a more specific strategy in place. Fortunately, I have already given this some thought. First, we must reclaim Spyreton from the enemy. Spyreton once served as the Order's headquarters, due to its proximity to the Archive. Its loss was an affront, and remains so. More importantly, there is a lift located in Spyreton which can deliver our troops into the Archive to assist you against the Protectorate. Unlocking and calling that lift can only be done from within the Archive, however. So you will need to infiltrate the Archive by alternate means, via a bridge connected to Newton. Fortunately, I am told you already dealt with the cultists there. Unfortunately, you will still need to find a way past a small rift currently blocking the bridge. A prudent course of action, though I would also advise caution. Praetor is as perilous as Cloister, if not more so, given the Protectorate's presence there. There is a computronical key that you will also need to locate within the Archive called the Calcaduceus. The Calcaduceus grants special access to the Archive. Once it is back in Order hands, we will have full control over its systems once more. Rift data. And how did you come by this acquisition, if I may ask? I suppose you intended that statement to shock me. You forget, survival of the fittest is one of the pillars of scientism. We have all paid costs for knowledge. Until the Order has control over the Archive again, this discussion is all but moot. You know what must be done. May you achieve progress in accordance with the plan.
That was some damn fine intermediation, Commander. You might just have a future in finance. You know, after Auntie and the Order trounce the Protectorate.
It defies belief you negotiated a partnership between Auntie's Choice and my colleagues. I've no faith in my predictions now. Don't try to talk sense into me, dear. On this topic, I'd prefer to remain obstinate. May the plan...
I'm damn glad we could get Auntie's Choice and the Order to make peace with one another. I was worried for a minute that Basar was gonna pass up a good deal. Reckon this news will give the Arcadians hope. Law knows they need it. Anyhow, was there something you needed, Commander?
You return, no doubt with questions. May you...
You're the one responsible for us working with these short-sighted consumerists, hmm? Well, better additional than subtractional. It is time, yes, that we commit our forces to your intended assault on Spyreton? Ooh, a change in plan. An unanticipated, strategic refinement. We shall await the signal. But our scheduled reinforcements should be here in no time. I'm sure they'll arrive at the most optimal moment.
And a restorative cocktail to upgrade my defenses.
Aggressors in range.
Bring that over here.
Never more content, never more.
hostile in proximity.
Do try to limit further damage, Commander.
Check your scope for combatant analysis. Their company, hunting them down, mitigating the threat. Combatant scan.
You've suffered extensive damage, Commander.
Random element. I have a fix on their weaknesses.
Clear. Let's stake our claim.
That man is a captain. When he walks by, you salute.
Ah, we see you didn't even require us. Our arrival was scheduled for the optimum moment. Apparently we're meant to hold fire, not assist in taking. That was quite a long day. Yeah. Closing on a perceived threat. Aborting search. Yeah.
I understand this spot has strategic significance for the defense of the archive, but it is horrifyingly banal. I mean,
Spire
I've been
has
stationed
changed
in
hands
backwater
several
burgs in the
times now.
past.
But our
Seriously?
data suggests
Do
this
these order
should be-
eggheads do anything for fun around here? It's all math charts and chalkboards, and how many abakai does one outpost need? Hope they never retake this place, because I'm throwing all of it away.
Protectorate got this locked up tight, but we can unseal it somewhere by the Archive's entrance, if I recall.
Vitals are in the red, Commander.
Incoming! Get clear! Critical. Don't become a statistic, Commander. Unnecessary vulnerabilities identified. Torpificator at ready status.
analyzed. Lay down fire. Travel Claw's angry. Pop in my claw. Combatant scan. I have a fix on their weaknesses. Check your scopes for combatant analysis. Target analyzed. Lay down fire.
Rat's raring to go. Always cramming. Globalification in progress. There be none.
Being a mite marginal, Commander. Adversary vulnerabilities identified. Lay low, Commander. Scan.
Stun weapon ready. Taking the fight out of them, locking them down. Negative. Recharge incomplete. Miss me, you get the claw.
Check your scopes for combatant analysis. Hey, I hit the enemy.
Have you made any progress yet? I can barely contain my excitement. Incredible! And to think I sent all those assistants to die for nothing. I should have just sent a heavily armed stranger first. Here's your reward. You've certainly earned it. Now, back to my lab. I'm going to get so many papers published. Every biological researcher will know my name. There's going to be statues of me.
You know, there might be a goodie or two for Val in there.
On their weaknesses. Adversary vulnerability identified. Target analyzed. Lay down fire. Go for torpification.
Francis ready, and frankly, pissed off. Sorry, not in range.
You're looking pretty skinny, Commander.
Back and scan.
Aim and graft range.
Taking cover. For our beneficent leader.
I'm friendly nearby.
Have a fix on their weaknesses. Maintaining perfection. Check your scope for combatant analysis. Combatant scan.
Artillery craft back in business.
I have a thick pocket like trouble, boss, always crabby.
Mitigating the threat. Taking the fight out of them. Target analyzed. Lay down fire.
Hostile. Adversary vulnerabilities identified.
Looking a little woozy there, Commander.
Check your scope. Torpificator is charged. Torpification in progress. They're benumbed. Combatant scanned. Check your scope for combatant analysis. Adversary vulnerabilities identified. Reviving me is strategically optimal.
Thank you.
Something's got a mean streak. Mess with me. Target analyzed. Go for torpification. I have a fix on their weaknesses. Adversary vulnerabilities identified.
My aftermarket parts are prime.
Mitigating the threat, locking them down.
Interrupted. Electrical dampeners failing.
Malcontents, liquored up on artificial.
Hostilities are afoot. Target analyzed. Lay down fire.
Protectorate personnel, only beyond this point. Leave immediately. If you are not of the Protectorate, you are this unit's enemy. Preparing to unleash disproportionate amount of ammunition on unresponsive bystanders.
Beginning to attack. I'm back and scared.
Dampeners failing.
Attention IRC staff. Please head inside for an important announcement from the Council. Attendance is mandatory.
Something is afoot. At least we know where everyone went.
Currently performing the tasks of 6 subjects. Active job queue maximum exceeded.
Due to an anomalous event, the Interstitial Hall and Exhibition Tower is off limits for the foreseeable future to any and all non-essential personnel. All requests to view the prototype Rift Anomaly Modulator are hereby suspended for the time being. Please direct all further queries and study petitions to the lead researcher's office.
If that modulator device truly lets us modify rifts, it might be the most important device in the universe. And that's not hyperbole. I don't do hyperbole, dear. Yeah.
Subjects, listen well. Days ago, our beloved sovereign, in his infinite wisdom, submitted himself to mental refreshment to strengthen his resolve for the good of all. At his command, I, Emery Thoreau, Now accept the responsibility of shepherding you through these dark times until our Sovereign's blessed return. I shall not take this duty lightly, for I address you today not as the Consul, nor even as your new leader, which I am, but as a simple man who wants nothing more than to defend his home and his neighbors. But I cannot do it alone.
Wonder how long ago the Order predicted this. Assume the presiding bishop's been keen to the possibility for some time.
with rich... zeal. Together, we will finish our great sovereign's
Hostile ahead.
work
What's the play, Command?
and purge Arcadia of those who seek to harm us. We shall clench our victory and step into
I know how this looks, but I can assure you I have leave to look into... Oh, you're not security. And could the same not be said for you? I know, for both our sakes, I think it best if we continue as we were. I will forget I saw you as... I was looking for proof, if you must know. There was an incident recently, and I believe our head of security is neglecting his duty to investigate. Albin Valancourt is the sentinel charged with supervising this facility and all its researchers. I'd grasp a live rod if I could pass its current to him. Although, unless you have unusual license to be here, his odds of keeping head and body united diminish by the second. That must have been so... Unless your lamps have oxidized, you must have noticed my arm. I lost it saving the Sovereign from a rift experiment gone wrong. An experiment I was in charge of. Naturally. Valancourt supplied my name for the reports, incriminating me in the eyes of my colleagues. And since he's closed off that wing of the lab, I couldn't possibly rely on an outsider to help me conduct an investigation, could I? Whatever the cause of the incident, it is my duty as a law-abiding Protectorate subject to gather proof and uncover its cause. Help you with acquisition? Assuredly not. If, however, in your exploration of the lab, you happen upon the modulator, what I am offering is help afterward. Once you take the prototype, it will set off an immediate lockdown. That modulator will be necessary to unfold the rift and find the evidence I need. And if Valancourt suffers repercussions for its loss, I will count that as an added... The kind that proves I did not dishonor myself by making a mistake, and that the cause of the disaster was due to someone else's malfeasance, deliberate or otherwise. The prototype Rift modulator is currently in Interstitial Hall at the top of Exhibition Tower. Once you have the prototype, make your way to Valancourt's quarters. He should be cautious. The guards of this facility will attack anyone unfamiliar to them. But once you have the keycard and Rift device, that is what we've agreed upon. Valancourt keeps all of the items he confiscates from the staff in a locked closet in his quarters. There may be something... I've already shared more with you than I ought have. But go ahead. Far be it from me to tell you I've already shared more with you than I ought. That's an ugly way to describe a legitimate transfer of power. And if you're trying to bait me, a technicality. He's inferior. The Interstitial Reconfiguration Center was created to continue... How do you know about that? That disaster and its link to the death of the Sovereign's family was not made public. Regardless, even though we were. Due to the exacerbation of the greater rift recently, these lesser rifts became less stable. Some breaking containment or spawning outside. In public, Henry has adopted the affect. He becomes most animated when we discuss how matter might be reconstituted from the rifts. What was lost somehow returned. His motivations are personal. All I am willing to say is that he is a man who loved his family very much. He and the consul wore coats cut from the same stern cloth. Henry has never quite matched either of them, in terms of temperament or severity.
We can't be expected to sleep in these conditions.
Better than fiddle back. I've been told
What customers about?
How long has the weapon been sitting inside that rift now? An hour? 2?
I thought you were keeping time.
There it is. The rift modulator. Surely it can't be that easy, just taking it.
Ruler the Sovereign.
Threat detected.
This paradigm we serve supplies all we deserve. Some or...
Sustain the system, serve the sovereign. It is the duty of every Protectorate subject to ensure they are operating at peak efficiency at all times.
To be outshone. Our colony. Arcadia. Our home. Had that Sonic
Scope.
Rats raring to go.
I have a fix on their weaknesses.
Some malingerer, no doubt.
Ratcheting.
Pushing ahead!
Your scope will come back in analysis. Target analyzed. there has been pushed to the outer limits of the universal equation.
Forever vigilant.
Maintaining perfection. They would drive us into disarray.
Yes, you with the rift modulator. I've made the intercom available to you. Avail yourself of it. It's not every day that someone is fool enough to break into the Interstitial Reconfiguration Center. I'd be obliged if you would regale me with the tale of how you managed to get this far. A crude assessment and utterly untrue. I am perfectly accommodating to non-incompetence. I suspect you did not reach here unaided. So who was it? Which one of my undutiful brain boxes helped sponsor this little pilferage? You cannot fault me for trying. Well, there will be time to scrutinize every angle of this breach at a later date, once I have dealt with you. I could also reduce you to a state of quivering agony, begging for death. And that would be a lot more enjoyable for me, if I'm being candid. No matter. I will await you in the hangar, where bullets may fly more freely than words, if you survive that long.
Combatant observed.
Also provides.
Sorting I have a fix on their weak.
enemy moving into harm's
You
way.
know what Prudence always says.
Frolic, prank. See, remember that time the Sovereign caught us comparing pitchball cards? He was so excited about you having that vintage foil of his favorite Sovereign slugger.
That was ages ago. I'm a Protectors of Piety fan now.
Isn't that the console's favorite team?
Trust the play. Sustain the system, serve the Sovereign.
Don't be reluctant to unfold any rifts you come across using the modulator. They may eject something useful.
Firing them would be quite an inefficient use of our time and energy.
Think we can open that goopy rift now? Oh, it's kind of close.
You suppose there's been another incident? Like the one with the Sovereign?
No. It seems we may have been intruded upon during the Consul's announcement. I heard it from one of Valancourt's men. An outsider, apparently. Violent.
How ghastly. Well, Valancourt no doubt has it in hand. Perhaps this will take some of his edge off and he'll let us alone after.
A hypothesis that does not hold much water, I fear.
Fret now. Seeking cover. Ammunition depleted.
Necessary vulnerabilities identified. Reviving me is in everyone's best interest.
Forever vigilant. Come on out, so we might talk this over. His gaze sees all. Am not, nor have ever been, greatly fond of Luke.
Back to it.
your scope. We've got an analysis.
Device nabbed on his watch nigh guarantees Valancourt a long stay and mental refreshment, if he is not subjected to swift and fitting arbitration first. What? If that's true, we must act quickly. I'll lead us to the restricted wing now. Once there, reopen the rift using the modulator so we can begin searching for... reconfigurating matter that claimed my own. Let's open the hood, shall we? Rifts reconstitute matter in an imprecise manner, but use your imagination to conjure the original seed that could lead us to the evidence we need. You've discovered something? I knew it! I am absolved! And yet, I would characterize Valancourt as many vile and unmentionable things, but a traitor? No. A man cannot defecate without humming a protectorate for all the time I've spent trying to... Did you uncover anything else? I had heard rumors of the Sovereign's diminished popularity since that any subject should commit such an abominable offense against the Matriarch's own blood? I think I'm beginning to understand exactly what happened. How did this go unnoticed during... You've provided more evidence than I could have hoped for. Thank you. Valancourt must have sought to curry favor with the Consul by eliminating the Sovereign and making space. He sabotaged the machine, hoping the Rift would perform his dirty work for him. Our dear head of security has much to answer for. We need to go and confront Valancourt, now. I'm no longer willing to wait for the arc of justice to bend in my favor. Valancourt needs to die for what he's done. The kind that buys you time to do what you need to. If we can find a way to isolate I'll go first, follow behind. But you should try to seal off the hangar, cutting him off from any reinforcements. Or... if you're stealthy enough to reach the back of the hangar, I'll keep Valancourt talking so that you can get a good angle on him. Oh, and there's also a rift in the hangar. An experimental byproduct, as it were. I would avoid interacting...
Pleasant as I find your company, I must ask you to vacate the area at once. I'm preparing our defenses against an intruder.
Hold the pleasantries, Valancourt. I know you sabotaged the experiment that nearly killed me and the Sovereign. I have the proof.
Calm yourself, Doctor. Such a belligerent tone is unbecoming for one professional.
Don't tell me to calm down, you traitorous worm. Someone, either you or acting under your orders, deliberately removed a vital part from the rift generator, ensuring catastrophic failure. I've seen this sabotage myself.
For you to have discovered that... I've needed to reopen the lid. Thief, aren't you?
Vitals are in the red zone.
Guard! See that it's recruited with extreme training. Guard!
All charged up.
Proceeding to a
Thus always. Morale will certainly improve in the lab now, I should think. Provided Valancourt's replacement is not... I had prepared this trauma kit, but obviously that turned out to be an unnecessary precaution. Please, take it, with my gratitude. I'm not sure murdering the head of security at a highly valued research... Have no fear.
Now that you have the Rift modulator, any previously inaccessible... Rift could be worth revisiting. Rift may contain useful equipment and resources. However, due to the chaotic nature of reconstitution, some creative problem solving may be required in reaching them.
vulnerabilities identified.
These temporary indignities of the body are nothing contrasted to the Order's future. Keep those eyes open, soldiers.
Any new theories? Or I suppose it's too much to hope for, but would you, perchance, happen to have any... Wait. Actually, this isn't some jest. You'll have to forgive me for not taking your assertion at face value. Perhaps a demonstration for science. the items we put into the rift, they've been reconstituted. But in a state far different from their original configuration. Fascinating. Lord damn it. It's reverted to its previous state. Was it a failing of the device? Or the inevitable effect of the pack architect above? That was incredible. From observing how the device it seems to be using some kind of energy burst generated by a magnetic field to re-deregulate the structure of the field around the rift. Truly an astounding piece of technology. That's quite ingenious. The rifts are unlike any other phenomena heretofore. Would you consider allowing me the opportunity to... Thank you for the demonstration. It was most enlightening. It seems rifts do not fit cleanly into our...
Reckon you could try to fashion some ammo out of that substance there. Just make sure you wash your hands after.
I would query if your day has been positive, but so few folks visit me. Of course.
Happy to chat for 0.07 seconds. Oh, time's up. Bye.